Buenos dias, ¿cómo estás? How is it going, y'all? It is your boy, it's your guy, it's your dude, it's knowlife back at it again. Just streaming, just vibing, having a good time, and thriving, aligning, finding the better parts of ourselves, the better parts of myself, cultivating more of that energy and the subconscious doubts, worries, and concerns over the way in which we have been in the past, releasing effortlessly and with grace and love and care. Oh, we just missed 11:11, but it's 1115, and I'm not mad at that. It's all good at the end of the day. All the numbers are good. All the stuff is good. There's no need to worry about it. But yeah, I'm a little tired as fuck because high key, this past few days have been some of the most I don't know, some of the most, what should we call it, intense, eye-opening, like internal discussions with spirit, discussions with my higher self, my inner child, and the universe as a greater whole. So yeah, you damn right he is. Shouts out to the younger, taller brother everywhere, cause that's me. You feel me? I'm just scrolling on Instagram. There's this post that says, Nintendo study reveals Luigi is the most attractive character to women. So hell yeah, we're gonna celebrate. I'll take that as a win. It's not a win against anybody. It's just I'm winning. It's Charlie Sheen energy, winning. Yeah. I tend to find that a lot of times I take myself succeeding, having success, being in this energy of success, and knowing that all that I desire comes to me. It feels like at times like I'm like cheating the game, like I'm cheating life, and it's almost like when I consider the perspectives of like other people, especially those closest to me, like family and friends, it's almost like the energy I receive from that, or the energy I receive internally, which because of, well, the alignment of my being is sort of neither here nor there, whether or not it's somebody else or just me being worried and concerned about it. So the vibe is, I'm just like, damn, I guess I gotta separate to grow so that I can show myself that it's no more whoa, you know? Oh, let's smoke a bowl. You feel me? I guess we are. But you know what? Let's start up this movie. What movie are we watching? We're watching The Book of Life. High key, low key. Watching The Book of Life. We're gonna sit here and chill and watch this movie and feel good as fuck and just release all that whatever the heck is going on. Intentionally releasing trauma. You feel me? Resistance to our conscious desires, and just whack shit, whack energy.
Last two of the day. Yes, it is. But you are like the other kids. You need to see something special. Right through that door.
Huh? You're sleeping, lady.
Am I? Are you not seeing things? Come on. Now today is November 2nd. Does anyone here know why that date is?
Taco Tuesday! Build yourself on Halloween candy day?
Nope. Today is the Day of the Dead. Wait, is this like National Zombie Day or something?
You can't go this way. You'll get us both in trouble. Don't you rules of the museum, the administration? Well, I suppose that could turn a blind eye.
Behold, children, the glorious view of Mexico.
This place is loco. So many skulls.
That part is a late.
What is this book?
That is the book of life. All the world is full of stories, and all of those stories are right here. This book holds many truths. Some are actually true.
The Battle of Cinco de Mayo?
Mayo! I love mayo.
And some, not so much.
Oh, Chupacabras? The legendary goat killer? I have to keep
Now, although you may doubt some of these stories, there is one thing that we know for certain. Mexico is the center of the universe. And long ago, in the center of Mexico was the great little town of San Miguel.
Churros! Churros! Frosted churros!
Young naturally, since San Miguel was the center of the universe, directly below it lay the land of the remembered, a festive and magical place for those who live on the memories of their loved ones. And below that, the forgotten, a sad, lonely destination where those poor souls are no longer conquered. But before I can properly begin our ceremony, we need to meet the two magical rulers of these realms.
Who is that?
That is knowlife. She is made of sweet sugar cane.
She's so pretty.
She is, isn't she? She loves all mankind and believes that their hearts are pure and true. And that is Ziwa. A charming rascal thinks mankind is not so pure, just like him.
He looks spooky.
Yes, he's very tar and icky in the whole world.
He's so pretty. What about the weirdo with the beard?
Well, that is the thermometer who keeps everything in balance. He is the one who acts for being clouds. Alright, let me show you something else. See, all of these wooden figures here, they represent real people in their story, just like you and me. And so our tale begins on the day the people of Mexico call the Day of the Dead.
No retreat, no surrender.
On this festive enchanted day, families bring food and offerings to the altars of their beloved.
It's like 100 birthday parties.
Yes, it is. And on this particular Day of the Dead, after centuries of being banished, Zibalba had ended up.
Really, my dear, you have no idea how cold I am on the land of you guys.
Just like your hearts, Zibalba. Just like your hearts.
Why must I do a bleak wasteland while you enjoy the endless fiesta in the land of you remember? It's simply unfair. But it's his time. Yours?
Not today, Miguel.
Come on, my dear. Trade lands with me. I beg you.
Oh, you're so cheap when you beg.
I'm serious. I hate it down there.
Hey, you never should cheat. You made your bed look that way, Jim. not the man I fell in love with over centuries ago.
Now let's not dwell in the past, Emerald. Anyway, I was thinking, how about another adventure?
You think you can calm the flames on my anger with another bet?
What exactly do you have in mind?
Let's check out the map. Look there, I got a classic war of the two boys, best friends. That's it.
In love with the same girl.
You're nuts, señorita. Your hero has arrived. It's not sad. How dare you interrupt? The girl is mine. Give it.
She's
I belong to no one.
mine.
I believe we have our region. Which boy will marry?
Very well. We will each choose one of these boys as our champion.
Let's go. Wish them luck.
Maria, aren't you crazy? My father is overreacting. How was I supposed to know that chicken stole really fast?
Don't worry, he knows a real man is protecting innocent.
You're not even close.
But I have a mustache.
Yeah, just like your grandma.
Come here.
Your mother would be so proud of you.
You think she would come up tonight? Batman is here.
But it's more like a warm feeling again when loved ones are with you. All of these families have lost someone, but as long as we remember them, we can feel their presence with us for 1 week each year.
Just thought I might see her one more time. She always found me proud. I remember her singing. She was a good woman, that one. I miss her so much.
Just being still, and you can feel it. Your mother is here, along with all our ancestors. As long as we remember them, they are with us. The moment we forget them, they are truly gone.
I can feel them. Kind people. May I please help you with your plane? I am so kind. And here now I want you to right, Papa? Thank you, my dear. In return, you have my blessing. May your heart be always pure and courageous.
What do you say, Mama?
Thank you, Senpai. Thank you.
Manolo, always giving away stuff for free. Right, Dad?
Joaquin's father, Captain Mondrian, had passed away fighting a fearsome bandit known as Chakar.
Who's in there?
Young son, may I please have some of your bread? I'm so hungry.
This bread's my father.
And it's delicious.
Perhaps you would consider a trade.
You know the matter? Please.
This is no ordinary meal. There's no you cannot be and
Really? Deal.
but keep it hidden. There is a bandit king who would stop at nothing to give it back.
Bandit King. You mean Chakar?
So, if my boy marries the girl, I will finally rule the land of the river.
And if my boy marries the girl, you will not.
You will stop interfering with the affairs of men.
What? I can't do that. Come on. It's the only fun I ever get.
Then get that yourself.
Very well, by the ancient rules, the winter is set.
And so the great versus Joaquin for the hand of knowlife.
Wait, so these ancient gods picked 3 little kids to, like, represent the whole world?
Yeah, pretty crazy, right?
Yeah, keep going, lady.
You're so cute. Oh no. Not on my watch. We have to free the animal.
Huh?
Come on, you guys. Let's do this.
Yeah, what are you doing?
People on the tank, please. I beg you.
I'm smoking on Viper Crumble.
We need more Olympians to join this mighty brigade. Woohoo! Hey, heroic brigade will protect us from Sagan. What have you done now?
No retreat, no surrender.
Great form, behold. That's my son. Oh my. What did I miss?
You okay, sir?
find my lighter. I don't know what happened to my lighter. I might have dropped it in the car or some shit. I'll be right back.
If you're over 50 and still haven't claimed your $25,000 burial benefit that gives your family $25,000 when you pass away, you must be rich or reckless. This benefit is backed by the state, meant to help you with final expenses, burial costs, and other unpaid bills. It's a commitment we're all obligated to receive. But if you don't claim it before Friday, it disappears back into the system. At first I thought it sounded too good to be true, but then the check came in the mail for $25,000. I gave it straight to my son. He'd been struggling, and I knew it could help with some of his bills. The look on his face was priceless.
The Amazon rainforest, the planet's impenetrable green sea. Within these remote depths runs the Las Piedras River, which forms part of the longest tributary to the Amazon. In the jungles surrounding the headwaters of the river, life remains much as it has done for thousands of years. Giants like these form a dense canopy, shutting out the lights on those who dwell below. But within these dark halls, life can be found in such extraordinary abundance that only a fraction of its members have been counted. And this is with good reason, because survival below the treetops is often to remain hidden. And for much of her life, this creature will remain so, curled up amongst dense tangles of vegetation, and rarely moving during the day. Her local name is Osito Oro, which means tiny golden bear. But while she might be both tiny and golden, she is certainly not a bear. She is a silky anteater. But don't let appearances fool you. The claws on her front feet can inflict serious wounds on anything that might try to harm her. They are her only defense when she leaves her hiding places in search of food. She's sniffing out her prey, and being an anteater, this consists of ants and termites. But in order to find them, she has to overcome the considerable challenge of staying awake. Once she's mustered up the strength to focus on the task at hand, she finds a termite nest and decides that it isn't quite the kind she's looking for. Keeping up appearances is important too, and a good grooming regime is sure to please a mate. We still don't know how silky anteaters manage to find each other in such a vast wilderness. In fact, nobody knows much about them at all. But not all animals avoid predation by hiding away in those hard-to-reach places. Many hide in plain sight. At this scale, nothing is quite what it seems. Down to the finest detail, these insects are masters of camouflage. Leaf-mimicking katydids copy the vein structures of the leaves that they live on. Some stick insects even mimic the particular species of moss and lichen that tend to grow from their favorite trees. Some, like this arachnid, are predators, and others will become prey, but all are striving to remain undetected. While many animals avoid predators and catch prey by copying the designs of others, these moths have an entirely different strategy. They hide amongst the hairs of sloths and can't be found anywhere else. The sloth's dense hair supports a variety of algae that help it to blend in with the surrounding jungle. And they move so slowly and infrequently that they're rarely spotted by predators. In fact, three-toed sloths spend between 15 and 20 hours of each day fast asleep. Their leafy diet is simply too poor in calories to keep them going for much longer. The perfect place for moths to make a permanent home. But hiding away and living the solitary life isn't the only way to stay safe in the jungle. Sometimes, sticking together can work just as well. The tip of this young tree is just soft enough for the probing mouthparts of these tree hoppers to break through and feed on the sap that runs through its veins. Aside from a thin shell, the tree hoppers are completely defenseless. For protection, they forge an unlikely alliance. These ants are their defenders, and they're paid for their services. Luckily for the tree hoppers, their honeydew, or sugary excrement, is a sufficient reward. The ants keep the tree hoppers free of mites with specialized cleaning mouthparts. But in this jungle, there's always a little more happening than first meets the eye. There are actually two kinds of tree hoppers here, and one is up to no good. Those with darker shells rarely produce the liquid that feeds their ant protectors, but they want to stay clean all the same. So when they detect an ant ready to clean a lighter colored tree hopper, they simply climb on top and prevent the ant from feeding until they're clean. But they're not the only ones up to no good. Smaller ant species that can't offer the tree hoppers any services in return are on the lookout for an unguarded tree hopper and an easy meal. Each day, billions of these tiny leafcutter ants embark on a journey, migrating through the forest along miniature highways. The daily commute is coordinated through a powerful yet invisible chemical messaging system. However, the journey to work can be a hazardous one, and falling leaves often create traffic problems. But these ants are prepared for almost anything. Specialized workers are deployed to remove the blockades. It only takes a handful of ants a few hours to clear a full coating of leaves from the forest floor. The workers are all heading for a harvesting tree. They're after its leaves, but to get them, they must scale a height comparable to a human scaling the highest mountain in North America. Soon after hitting the summit, they begin to remove segments from the tree's leaves, using jaws that vibrate thousands of times per second. Then, they must embark on the 100-meter journey back to the nest.
Perfecting your swing is hard.
Nice shot, Dad.
But replacing your windshield doesn't have to be. Get it fixed now and pay later with flexible payment options only at safelight.com.
One of these people uses the new Colgate Total Active Prevention System. It's 15 times more effective at fighting the root cause of many oral health problems. As for the other guy,
Sarah? Good luck.
be dentist ready with Colgate Total.
You have something none of us have.
Audiences give How to Train Your Dragon an A. It's the cinematic ride of the summer. How to Train Your Dragon. You ready? In theaters G13 rated PG.
Despite the distance, the whole commute only takes each end about an hour. Efficiency is key. And once the jaws of workers become blunted, they'll carry the leaves cut by their little sisters instead. At the surface, their home doesn't look like much, but below lies an underground labyrinth of tunnels stretching 8 meters beneath the forest floor. Home to a colony with as many members as the city of London. Here in the bowels of the earth, they store their precious leaves and meticulously tend to fungus gardens that sprout from the decomposing vegetation. The tiny, white, rounded, fruiting bodies of the fungus are used to feed the entire colony. Far from the darkness of the forest floor, the rainforest canopy is bathed in intense tropical sun. This is the engine room of the jungle, where giant trees capture sunlight to fuel their growth. Except for the snaking waters of the Las Piedras River, these rainforest treetops stretch unbroken for hundreds of miles. Here in this skyward realm exists the greatest diversity of life in the rainforest, and so on Earth itself. squalls of red howler monkeys travel for miles across the treetops and stake a group's claim to a small patch of trees, where they will socialize and feed on young leaves. Troops of brown capuchin monkeys will range far throughout the forest and will eat almost anything they can get their hands on, whether it's flowers, insects, fruit, or even small mammals. The capuchins are often tailed by hundreds of smaller squirrel monkeys, who will pick up whatever they leave behind. This unlikely alliance was forged to reduce the risk that a single individual would be picked off by an eagle. The largest of the monkeys here are the spider monkeys. And they are constantly on the move. They follow well-trodden routes that track the shortest distance between fruiting trees. During times of plenty, as many as 100 individuals can be found traveling together for a short time. When small groups meet, new friends are made, and new groups are formed. When food is plentiful, spider monkeys will select the best bits from each fruit and drop the rest. But it rarely goes to waste, as peccaries that roam the forest floor will consume much of what's been dropped. To balance off their diet, collared peccaries seek out special places from which to feed. The thick mud in this hole contains unusually high concentrations of salt, a rare treat so far from the city. Small mineral licks like this one are dotted throughout the forest, and for many animals, they're like miniature oases in a nutrient-poor desert. Throughout the day, a variety of visitors come and go. Some, like this red rocket deer, are particularly wary, as they know that jaguars hunt here too. Spix's guans spend most of the day close by the lip, and occasionally venture down to pluck insects from the clay walls. But at the slightest sign of danger, they'll sound the alarm and let others know that it's time for them to leave. The erosive force of the Las Piedras River has gradually unearthed a salty deposit on its bank. This is the last remains of an ancient ocean that dried up many millions of years ago. Macaws flock here from tens of miles away. They gather in the trees and wait for a brave individual to fly down to the lip and reassure them that the area is free from predators. Once a few make it down safely, the rest decide to follow. Not only does eating the clay provide salt, but it also helps to neutralize the toxic chemicals found in many of the unripe fruits in the macaw diet. For the macaws, these visits to the local clay lake are more than just feeding opportunities. They're places where mates can be found and disputes can be settled. It's nesting season, and high in the branches of a chihuahua tree, two macaw parents have enlarged a natural hollow. Inside is a hungry chick, who now after several months of confinement, is beginning to survey the world outside. For now, his mother and father must deliver his daily dose of clay, but in a few weeks' time, he'll be ready to fly the nest and follow his parents. For other animals, it simply isn't possible to carve salt from the earth, but they require it just the same. Like the macaws, these butterflies spend much of their time high in the canopy, but every now and again, they too must ascend. The butterflies congregate on damp earth at the banks of a lake, where the waters have receded and deposited salts and other nutrients behind them. But for butterflies, life in the rainforest can be hazardous at best. Golden orb spiders are Goliaths, but so too are blue morpho butterflies. The spider approaches with caution, wary of the butterfly's powerful wings.
When inky loses on you, try Puff's Ultra Soft for cushiony thickness that holds up better.
Pampers Swaddlers keeps baby 3 times drier, so your baby stays comfortably dry all night long. Pampers Swaddlers, dry all night.
Fits just right, like bundling your auto and letters on a budget.
For welders who demand more, Vulcan delivers with advanced inverter technology, high duty cycles, and precise arc control. Vulcan welders are engineered for serious performance. Complete your setup with a full range of premium accessories and consumables, all built to work as hard as you do. Vulcan, where professional power meets unbeatable value, only at Harbor Freight.
Is your dog telling you they may have allergic itch? Apoquel is the #1 treatment for allergic itch that veterinarians have trusted for over 15 million dogs. And it starts working in just 4 hours.
Do not use in dogs with serious infections. May cause worsening of existing parasitic skin infestations or pre-existing cancers and serious infections. New neoplasias have been observed. Do not use in dogs less than 12 months old.
Ask your vet for Apoquel, now available in a tasty chewable.
For butterflies this large, don't stay stuck for long. While spiders may pose a nuisance to some, there's one animal here who's been actively seeking them out. This hummingbird is making her first nest, strung together with spider silk and hung from the tip of a leaf. On each trip, she can carry a single blade of grass or a tangled strand of spider silk. It takes her weeks to finish. She must remain constantly vigilant, as other hummingbirds may try to take an empty nest for themselves. Once she's ready, she lays a single white egg, smaller than a fingernail. She may seem exposed, but her nest is positioned so far from the palm stem that only the lightest predator can attack it without falling to the ground. A week later, a tiny hatchling has emerged. Now she must work twice as hard as she's feeding her too. But the dry season is coming to an end. Her work will soon be put to the test, and her chick's life will depend on it. The temperature has been rising for days, and the air has become saturated with moisture. The creatures of the rainforest can feel it. The rainforest isn't called the rainforest for nothing. In the Amazon, storms hit with a fury like few other places on Earth. Dawn sees the end of the downpour, but the storm's effects can still be felt. The mother hummingbird returns to find her chick gone and the nest empty. In her distress, she checks for him over and over. He may have survived, but having been blown from the nest during the night, he's now alone in the rainforest. He doesn't yet know how to find food for himself, so she must find him quickly, or else he will starve. to each other sound out across the forest. And the two are reunited once again. The rains have brought new growth to the jungle. But they have also brought destruction. The Las Piedras River is bursting its banks. Entire trees are carried away with the current. The swelling river surges through the forest. For those too small to outpace the flood, the only way is upwards. Every available inch becomes saturated with lead. Strange forms are forced from the darkness. For many, high ground is nothing more than a few floating leaves. The search for escape is constant. In such crowded conditions, predators are spoiled for choice. Isolated on their treetop arcs, it could be weeks before the river recedes and the creatures of the forest touch solid ground once again. Many were too slow to escape the rising water. Surface tension will keep millipedes afloat for a short time, but if they begin to struggle, their legs break through. Attempts at escape only serve to seal their doom. plagues of the jungle are now springing back to life. As the waters continue to rise, many creatures once isolated in pools and lakes are now free to move about the jungle.
You ever bought Reese's while eating Reese's? That is some boss behavior.
Pizza! Truck my dishes!
Don't worry, they've got new John Power suds. It traps, locks, and removes 99% of grease, so it doesn't get passed from dish to dish.
Clean and stacked.
Like ducks in a row, new John Power suds.
Travel. It's gone from being an adventure to a checklist. But the world is still full of wonder. You just need a better way to find it. Introducing Airbnb experiences. Master ramen with an award-winning chef. Dive into underground jazz with renowned bassist. Or see Notre Dame with her. She helped restore it, by the way. Don't just see a place. Experience it.
Since 1983, Nissan has been assembling award-winning vehicles for you right here in America. And now we've lowered MSRP on the best-selling Rogue and Pathfinder.
Get 0% APR for 60 months on Rogue or Pathfinder.
Fish are searching for a safe place to lay their eggs, and predators are ready to cut them off. A new chorus is sounding through the depths. A family of giant river otters, 7 strong, are also here to take advantage of the fish to be found in the swelling streams. And just as well, because this family has 3 hungry cubs to provide for. But with so many mouths to feed, the otters can't stay in the streams forever, and must move on to places of greater abundance. They spend most of their time in vast lakes hidden deep in the forest. Half of giant otter cubs don't make it through their first year, but these are the lucky ones. They have made it past the crucial stage in their lives when they're most vulnerable to predators. Nevertheless, they're still young enough to get away with stealing a fish from mom, rather than hunting it for themselves. The cub's jaws still aren't strong enough to dispatch a fish quickly, so they have to keep a careful grip. Sometimes, a live one can be a little startling. Other animals stay close behind the otters and pick up their scraps. But they aren't welcome everywhere. With full bellies, there's plenty of time for play. In a few months, the cubs will reach their adult size at 2 meters long. But for now, they must still be careful not to stray too far from their parents, for these waters are home to another top predator. Male black caiman are highly territorial, and this 5-meter-long individual is a new arrival at the lake. The current resident, a smaller male, is well aware and arches his back as a signal of his claim. The new, much bigger male responds in kind, showing that he won't back off so easily. As the caiman move in, they size each other up. But the smaller resident male wisely backs off, and the intruder succeeds in claiming these hunting grounds for himself. Some of these rainforest lakes are many hundreds of years old, but gradually, vast mats of floating vegetation begin to choke the surface. The lake bottom grows shallower as it's filled with dead leaves, and the forest moves in to reclaim the land. For now, this lake is a haven for wildlife of all kinds. These prehistoric-looking hoatzins find safety on the perches at the edge of the lake, where the predators of the forest floor struggle to reach them. Snakebirds can be found here too, while a low buoyancy submerged.
Pampers Swaddlers keeps baby 3 times drier, so your baby stays comfortably dry all night long. Pampers Swaddlers, dry all night.
Try gummy vitamins from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
Need a toolkit? Here's 3 great options from Harbor Freight. The Pittsburgh 130-piece kit is compact, portable, and packed with essentials, perfect for home repairs and DIYers. The 225-piece mechanics toolkit provides more specialty tools for even greater versatility. And finally, this 301-piece mechanics toolkit includes the most used automotive and mechanics tools. No matter what you're working on, find the toolkit you need at Harbor Freight.
Body while swimming at the surface, it also enables them to dive down and spearfish underwater more easily. prime feeding grounds are often fiercely contested. For many animals, the daily downpours of the rainy season provide a welcome break from the stifling heat of the dry months. But for some, they pose peculiar problems. The water has risen, and the butterflies that once fed on the mud banks at the lake's edge must now look elsewhere for a meal. They may have to wait, but they know just the place to get it. Side-necked turtles, who currently have entirely different agendas. There is nothing quite like a good scratch. Or better yet, a good stretch. In the rainy season, young turtles must make the most of the brief spells of sun. A good sunbathing rod is hard to come by, so they rarely get it to themselves for long. Despite there being ample room for many turtles on the lot, a big male won't tolerate his view being obstructed by a smaller one. In turtle society, size is everything. When the turtles are more evenly matched, log relations are more respectful. But as a consequence, they often tend to pile up. Life on the log is a process of constant nudging and shuffling. Once the turtles have settled, the butterflies can move in. The butterflies lap up the salty turtle tears. But the turtles aren't sad. The tears clean their eyes after a dip in the water. The butterflies don't actually consume the tears they collect. They save them. These butterflies are all males, and they will pass the tiny bundles of turtle tear salt to the females during mating. For the turtles, butterflies are just about bearable, but bees aren't tolerated too well. It seems that turtle relations in the water are not so different from those on the log. The coming of the rainy season signifies the return of another species, a species so ingenious that, like no other, it has the power to shape the rainforest in its own image. What natural processes take centuries to build, people can undo in a matter of minutes. Once the racks are completed, the wood must be taken to the edge of the rainforest. But at that edge, the world is changing. As the less green-grass rainforest is burnt to make way for farmland, part of our sense of wonder in the world goes with it. For animals in this rainforest, millions of years have been spent finding ways to cooperate, ways to compete, and ways to survive. Yet these efforts pale in comparison to such a course. Nothing in nature could have prepared them for this. The clock is ticking for those mysteries that still remain hidden within the trees, because such wild places could soon be worlds of fiction.
Don't just see a place, experience it. Master Ramen with a chef.
dive into underground jazz with a musician, or see Notre Dame with someone who helped restore it. Introducing Airbnb Experiences.
You ever bought Reese's while eating Reese's? That is some boss behavior.
A forest is a place where thousands of different organisms meet, creating the most complex network of connections that can exist in nature. Forest ecosystems are also huge factories where solar energy and carbon dioxide from the atmosphere are turned into a huge amount of biomass, which makes up ecosystems but is also constantly changing. A forest is a system in which each organism plays a role and has an assigned function. It is worth considering the importance of fungi for the functioning of the forest. The most mysterious group of organisms in this forest puzzle. Life of the forest, fungi. Fungi, that is, representatives of one of the 5 kingdoms of the world of living organisms, play an extremely important, often unnoticeable or underestimated role in the functioning of all ecosystems, including forest ecosystems. It is also one of the richest groups of organisms in terms of species all around the globe. It is estimated that there may be even over 5 million species of fungi on our planet. A walk in the woods, especially in the fall, can be an opportunity to get to know the amazing variety of fruiting bodies that fungi produce. Our attention is especially drawn to the so-called larger fungi, otherwise known as macrofungi. Their fruiting bodies can be seen with the naked eye. Mushrooms are undoubtedly the most famous fungi. Their fruiting bodies vary greatly in size and color. The size of some of them does not exceed 1 centimeter, but we can also find those with caps that extend over 20 centimeters. It is also worth paying attention to the huge variety of fruiting body colors, which depends on the species. On our path, we can come across mushrooms with caps ranging from white through yellow, green, olive, pink, red, brown, and to dark brown. However, mushrooms are not the only fungi found in the forest. An attentive observer will also find fungi with different fruiting bodies, often surprising in form, which can be cup-shaped, bush, spherical, bulbous, pear-shaped, star-shaped, or funnel-shaped. Most fungi, colloquially known as bracket fungi, produce fruiting bodies resembling tongues, consoles, or hooves. The fruiting bodies are made with basically one purpose: to produce huge amounts of spores, which is one of the primary ways for fungi to spread. When observing fruiting bodies, it is also worth paying attention to the variety of forms of the hymenoform, that is, the layer in which spores are produced. The species that predominate among the fungi have tubular or lamellar hymenoform. However, we can also meet species with a more unusual hymenoform, that is spiny, labyrinthine, or smooth. Contrary to appearances, fungi form fruiting bodies almost all year round. For example, velvet shanks appear in September and are found until April, usually in frost-free periods. Fruiting bodies of velvet shanks usually grow near stumps of deciduous trees. They are saprophytes and therefore decompose dead organic matter. A similar method of obtaining carbon compounds can be observed in many fungi. In early spring, fruiting bodies of common morels appear, fungi that are currently under partial protection or of equally rare false morels. In the summer season, we can often find fruiting bodies with unusual color. Caps of verdigris agaric are turquoise in color, and they often sprout up from rotting logs, usually in alder forests. Their shimmering caps are a real decoration of the surroundings. As a rule, saprotrophic fungi have their own food preferences. A significant part of them is related to dead wood. The fruiting bodies, commonly called bracket fungi, are observed in every forest. Many arboreal fungi are particularly rare and protected species. Due to their presence, arboreal fungi gradually break down the wood. Ecological niches useful for other species appear over time. Due to this specific succession, huge trees often get a second life after their death, during which hard and compact matter turns into dust in a long time process. Whether fungi break down organic matter from the soil or live on dead wood, they play a key role in the circulation of elements and energy in nature. The efficiency of fungal decomposition is best seen when observing the decomposition of forest litter, in which, among many organisms, fungi, both larger and microscopic ones, play a leading role. Another way for fungi to gain nutrients is to live at the expense of other organisms. The pathogenic fungi in question attack many organisms, including plants. In natural forests, pathogenic organisms are a natural component of ecosystems in which they play an important role and are regulators of other organisms. This is not the case for forests that have been heavily influenced by humans over the last decades. The maladjustment of the species composition to the habitat and the simplification of the spatial and age structure make such forests particularly sensitive to the presence of fungal pathogens. An example is the massive dieback of oaks. The process that affects these majestic trees since the 1980s is caused by fungus-like oomycetes, leading to the so-called phytophthora. In the first stage of the oak dieback, the infection of the roots begins, followed by further damage to the trees, related to the attack of insects feeding in the crowns of wood. The spiral of death into which single trees are woven causes changes in the entire forest ecosystem, which are most visible in changes in the species compositions of undergrowth plants. Currently, next to oaks, the most endangered trees are ash trees, attacked by the fungus Hymescyphus fraxinea, discovered at the beginning of the 21st century. This pathogen creates small fruiting bodies on ash shoots. While old trees resist the attack, it basically completely eliminates young ash trees that are regenerating themselves. Elms are another threatened tree. The first reports of a massive dieback of elms appeared at the beginning of the 20th century. During this time, 10 to 40% of all elms growing in Europe and North America were affected. Later, a new species of fungus was described, Ophiostoma novoulmi, which caused an almost complete extinction of the mountain elm in southern England in several years. Small insects, large elm bark beetles, which are the only vector that transfers the fungus to new areas, contribute to the spread of Ophiostoma fungi. Mycorrhizal fungi are an extremely interesting group of fungi, without which it is difficult to imagining the functioning of terrestrial ecosystems, including forests in their present form. Throughout their life, they remain in a close symbiotic relationship with plant roots, creating mycorrhiza. Mycorrhiza is not a homogeneous phenomenon or system. Its division into different types is most often related to the systematic position of the plant partner. Heather plants, represented in forests, for instance by blueberries and heathers, form the so-called ericoid mycorrhiza. A separate type of mycorrhiza is also created by orchids whose flowers please our eyes during forest walks. The most common type of mycorrhiza in terrestrial ecosystems is the arbuscular mycorrhiza. It occurs in most herbaceous plants, including forest ones. Also some shrubs, such as buckthorn, bird cherry, as well as some forest trees, such as maple and ash, are characterized by the presence of arbuscular mycorrhiza. However, the most important type of mycorrhiza in the forests of our climate zone is ectomycorrhiza. It applies to most of our forest trees, such as pines, spruces, larches, oaks, beeches, lindens, birches, and hornbeams. When in contact with the mycelium of the ectomycorrhizal fungi, the fine roots of these trees lose their hairs, fundamentally change their morphology, undergo numerous branches, and their surface is covered with fungal hyphae. The mycelium forms the so-called mycelial muff, the structure and color of which depend on the fungus species. Thanks to this underground world of ectomycorrhizae does not differ in diversity from the variety of fruiting bodies. Most edible species are found among the fungi that form ectomycorrhiza with forest trees. These include large boletes, bay boletes, boletus, chanterelle, edible milkcaps, or russules. Inedible and poisonous fungi, which are ectomycorrhizal, include, for instance, toadstools. Mycorrhizal fungi, unlike saprotrophic fungi, have lost the ability to decompose and use dead organic matter as a carbon source. In this respect, they depend entirely on their plant partner to donate to them some of the carbohydrates produced in photosynthesis. In return, fungi, thanks to the extensive mycelial network extending over the substrate, provide plants with increased access to water and minerals. Additionally, they are an element of protection of the plant partner against soil pathogens. The ectomycorrhizal fungal hyphae spreading over considerable distances in the soil form the so-called common mycorrhizal network. It connects the roots of trees, even those belonging to different species, so that one common superorganism is created. The purpose of this network is also to support the growth of seedlings under the canopy of adult trees. Autumn is the time when we especially like going to the forest. Most often it is not only due to our willingness to commune with nature. The aim of these trips is mushroom picking, which can be safely called a national sport of Poles. Mushroom picking has a centuries-old tradition in our culture. Undoubtedly, many of us remember the very pictorial description of mushroom picking, which was included in the third book of Pan Tadeusz by Adam Mickiewicz, Poland's national bard. In September and October, when the weather is favorable for fungi, forest parking lots and roadsides fill up. In many regions of Poland, you can then meet dozens or even hundreds of people setting out on mushroom hunting. Most often they collect some of the most known species, such as large boletes, bay boletes, boletus, and birch boletes. Most of the collected mushrooms are intended for personal use. Some mushroom pickers, however, treat autumn trips to the forest as a source of additional income. We can buy fresh mushrooms on the sides of roads running through forests, at city markets, and more often in large supermarkets. The trade also includes dried mushrooms in various pickles or constituting an ingredient of various dishes, for instance dumplings or pâtés. Polish law allows for the marketing and processing of 44 species of fungi, most of which are forest mushrooms. Despite media reports of poisoning, unfortunately often fatal, caused by the consumption of poisonous fungus, such cases are repeated every year. One of the most dangerous mushroom killers is undoubtedly the Amanita phalloides, commonly known as the death cap. It is most often confused with the edible ruswool, yellow knight, or parasol mushroom. In today's changing world, the priority is the protection of nature and the protection of biodiversity. The best way to protect fungi is to take special care of their natural habitats. Since we find the greatest species richness of fungi in forests, therefore, by protecting the most valuable forests, we also protect the world of fungi occurring in them. It is often a world of incredibly rare and endangered species. This is the case, for example, in the forests of the Białowieża primeval forest, which is the best studied forest complex in Poland in terms of the fungi found there. The dizzying amount of microhabitats associated with a huge amount of dead wood, of varying degrees of decomposition, but also the diversity of these habitats makes it an ideal place for fungi conservation. However, the vast majority of forests in Poland are managed forests. In such forests, fungi can be used as indicator organisms, useful for observing the impact of changes in forest ecosystems due to human activity. The managed forest is a place where various, often contradictory expectations and goals meet. In addition to protective functions, the forest also performs economic functions related to the production of wood. The biggest paradox with wood, the most natural, renewable and fully biodegradable raw material, is that perennial trees must be cut down to produce it. On the one hand, wood is a raw material without which it is difficult to imagine our lives. On the other hand, the sight of trees being cut down and felled often causes indignation and anger. However, the life of the forest goes on. In order to reduce the negative effects of human interference, it is important to ensure the fastest possible regeneration of the ecosystem, preferably with the use of natural processes. The best example of this is the promotion of natural regeneration, thanks to which the forest regenerates very quickly. Leaving the felling remnants also allows you to find ecological niches suitable for various fungi. The spread fruiting bodies of the Tomentella genus are a great peculiarity of deciduous forests. The appearance of fungi in the forest, first the common ones, with time other rarer ones, proves how quickly the forest is able to heal wounds. In this way, the young generation of the forest takes care of its fungi, and they support the newly created forest. The use of natural processes is not always possible to the same extent. Poor pine forests are a common landscape feature in many parts of the country. Contrary to appearances, such forests are quite rich in fungi found in them. From porcinos, chanterelles, or bay bolites, to less-known russuls, milkcaps and webcaps. To ensure the persistence of fungi, it is necessary to restore the forest as quickly as possible. It is very important to introduce other tree species wherever possible. Each newly introduced tree species, which will diversify the species composition of the forest, will in the future create a niche for the occurrence of hundreds of fungal species associated with it. Most of the planting material used in artificial forest regeneration is produced in field nurseries. All our forest trees are obligatorily mycorrhizal species, which means that they are not able to grow properly without being associated with mycorrhizal fungi. Hence, it is extremely important that tree seedlings produced in nurseries are characterized not only by the correct growth parameters, but also by a high degree of colonization by mycorrhizal fungi, diversified in terms of species. This is an element that undoubtedly influences the high efficiency of planting and afforestation. Many years of research conducted at the Institute of Dendrology of the Polish Academy of Sciences in Górnik have proven that in this respect, the Polish forest nursery can be a model to follow. The world today brings many dangers to the diversity of the fungi world. One of them is the overexploitation of forest resources. For example, a shift away from the model of sustainable forest management to plantation crops. Improper actions in managed forests can permanently change the nature of forests by simplifying their structure and species composition, which will also have a negative impact on the world of fungi. The serious consequences of errors in forest management can be observed today in many single-species stands established at the beginning of the 20th century. The maladjustment of the species composition to the habitat, the use of seeds from unknown origins, and the focus on rapid growth make such forests more vulnerable to threats. The changing climate, more frequent and longer droughts and frost-free winters result in massive outbreaks of xylophagous insects and fungal pathogens. The changing climate means also more and more frequent extreme weather phenomena, such as storms, tornadoes, and heavy rains. The cascade of events triggered at the moment of the forest death also affects the world of fungi. Mass forest dieback is the greatest threat to the diversity of fungi, especially the symbiotic fungi associated with living trees. This is a loss of habitat for thousands of species of fungi associated with forests. That is why the fight for the sustainability of the forest is so important. For each piece of the forest that resisted the unfavorable currently observed changes. Among our native fungi, there are more and more newcomers from far away. Foreign species often make impression with their colors and shapes. Octopus stinkhorn occurs naturally in Australia and New Zealand. It came to Europe at the beginning of the 20th century, probably along with imported goods. In recent years, it has become quite common in Poland. The octopus stinkhorn spores are spread by flies attracted by the smell of perishable meat. Another newcomer from distant lands is a mad jack. It came to Europe from North America along with Douglas fir. This duo has also been dragged to other parts of the world. In the southern hemisphere, especially in South America and New Zealand, a mad jack is a decisive factor in the invasiveness of Douglas fir, which is a great threat to native tree species. From North America, we have also received an Oreobolitus projectulus. For several years, it has been more and more often found in the dry pine forests of the coastal belt. This mushroom in Poland is known as a heatherbolitus. Its characteristic feature is a grooved stem, not found in our native mushrooms. Oreobolitus projectulus has been harvested by mushroom pickers for several years. At the end of August and September, they appear en masse, creating thousands of fruiting bodies. And this attracts mushroom picking enthusiasts from many parts of Poland. Heather Bellitas has become a tourist attraction of coastal forests. However, it should be remembered that this is a species of foreign origin, the impact of which on our native ecosystems and species of fungi has not yet been understood. Mass collections of Oreobellitas projectellus meant that it was moved to the interior of the country. The vector that contributes most to the spread of this fungus to new areas is man. When wandering through forests, we should remember that a forest is not only trees, bushes, and undergrowth plants. It is a very complex system in which different groups of organisms coexist. Among them, fungi play an important role. Remember that the fruiting bodies of fungi are an important element of a number of food chains. They are food for many rodents, snails, or insects. Therefore, mindless destroying of the fruiting bodies should be avoided. The fact that they are not culinarily attractive to us does not mean that they are redundant. Through a number of different functions, fungi ensure the sustainability and proper functioning of the forest ecosystem. It is hard to imagine the sudden disappearance of the fungi and the consequences it would have. Life of the forest, richness of undergrowth and understory. Poland, lying in the temperate zone, is characterized by a transitional climate, which favors the occurrence of deciduous and coniferous forests. Their proper functioning depends on the seasons, negative winter temperatures, and warm and humid summer months. The Polish forests, especially deciduous ones, are characterized by a multi-story structure, which can usually be divided into 4 layers. The trees, one of the finest and most powerful living components of the biosphere, are the basic element of every forest. They form the top forest floor and shape the other layers. The trees have a significant impact on the light reaching the lower floors, control their humidity and temperature, and affect the nature of forest soils. As a result, the nature of the lower layers of the forest is very variable in various plant formations and communities. In the vertical structure of the forest, apart from the crown of trees, The lowest layer is also distinguished, that is, forest duff and two intermediate layers: undergrowth and understory. In coniferous forests, we can also distinguish the mossy layer. The vegetation cover of the undergrowth and understory of the temperate zone depends on the type of habitat, and more simply, on the type of forest. In coniferous forests, the undergrowth is relatively poor and does not change significantly at different times of the year. In deciduous and mixed forests, this layer is the lushest and most varied in early spring. Then the understory is dense, and in the undergrowth you can observe the most species of shrubs and herbaceous plants. Many of them bloom profusely. In summer and autumn, when the forest floor is shaded by tree leaves, the nature of this layer changes. The interior of dense and dark coniferous forests, especially spruce forests, where the ground is poor in acid and the light does not reach much, is not propitious to species diversity. The layers of undergrowth and understory are inhabited by many animal species. The most frequent here are insects, and undoubtedly the most well-known and common ones are ants. Amphibians and reptiles constitute a large group, but unfortunately they are becoming rarer and rarer, not only in the forest environment. That is why in our country they are fully protected by law. There are also many birds and mammals associated with these layers of vegetation, which gain food, raise their offspring, relax, and seek shelter here. It is the middle of winter. It is so quiet in the forest that it seems lifeless. However, trees, shrubs, and other plants are living organisms that have lost energy to survive this unfavorable period. A lot of plants, such as junipers and heathers covered with a layer of white fluff, are in a winter sleep, just like some animals. Others spend winter in the form of seeds, bulbs, or specially transformed, overgrown roots, rhizomes, waiting for the moment when in spring they would be able to grow into an adult plant. Animals in winter neither have an easy life. Traces left in the snow are evidence of their search for food, which at this time of year is definitely harder to find. Foresters also plant fruit trees and shrubs in the woods to provide animals with more food, especially in winter. Birds prefer to eat fruit that has remained on bushes and trees, or they look for food on the ground. Others, such as the capercaillie, keep their winter diet based on the needles of pine, spruce, or fir. This trail has been left by a moose. In winter, it must travel many kilometers to find a suitable feeding ground. At this time of year, like the capercaillie, it eats shoots and bark of coniferous trees, which provides it with high-energy food. When the sun begins to warm stronger and longer, and the winter slowly goes away, the forest clearly begins to wake up. At the end of February, male inflorescence called catkin appears on the branches of hazel. Male catkins hang from branches reaching a few centimeters in length. They consist of individual flowers grouped together, and they produce copious amounts of pollen. Female flowers are inconspicuous and end with red tendrils reminiscent of a brush. In spite of the snow still lying in some places and low temperatures, the flowering hazel means the arrival of the early spring, long awaited by nature. Birds stimulated by the warmth of the sun are more active. The forest now resounds with their loud singing. Plants that have spent the winter underground are now starting to race to use the light and open the flowers before the trees form leaves. Solar energy controls the seasons that transform our forests into fairy tale gardens. In spring, the undergrowth and understory in our deciduous and mixed forests abound in stunning colors. A distinctive feature of forests shedding leaves for winter is a significant seasonal diversity of the undergrowth. It consists mainly of herbaceous plants, whereas shrubs and bryophytes play a smaller role. At the turn of February and March, in the understory layer, in shady deciduous and mixed forests, as well as in thickets, the mesoreum blooms for the first time. Its pink flowers appear even before leaves. Mellifluous mesoreum is pollinated by the first active insects. At the same time as the mesoreum, in places appropriate for them, the snowdrops are blooming. They feel best in the shade or partial shade of alluvial forests and in hornbeam and beech forests. They usually grow in hundreds or thousands of individuals there. Snowdrops are often mistaken for spring snowflakes. In appearance they are very similar, but they differ in two features of the external structure: leaf color and small perianth leaves. Snowdrops have uneven perianth leaves, whereas in spring snowflakes they are all even, with green tips. In addition, snowdrops have grey-green leaves and snowstorm vividly dark green. Spring snowflakes in Poland occur mainly in the Sudety and Carpathians, especially abundantly at the Bieszczady Mountains. They are rarely found in other areas. They usually grow in large clusters, sometimes counting several thousands of individuals. They can be found in alluvial forests and in acidic, moist mid-forest meadows and clearings. Carpathian toothwort is another characteristic plant in the Bieszczady Mountains. It is a Carpathian subendemite, which means that it occurs in a specific geographical zone or close to the main home area. In Poland, outside the Carpathians, you can come across it in a few places of the southeastern part of the lowlands. In early spring in deciduous forests, mainly beech forests, Carpathian toothworts often form flowering fields. It is a typical shade-bearing plant. Their stems grow to a height of about 30 centimeters, and at the tops, in April, flowers with purple petals appear. On a March evening, in a secluded and quiet place, the capercaillie male sits on the tree and begins tooting. Now, in the darkness, it is hardly visible, but you can hear it well. It produces a not very loud song consisting of 4 parts. In the morning, it flies to the ground and continues tooting. You can now admire its ritual behavior. Like a ghost, it penetrates among the tall bushes of the marsh. Every now and then it stops, spreads its fan-shaped tail, sticks out its head, and raises its feathers. The capercaillie mating rituals, depending on the region of Poland and habitat conditions, may last until May. In Poland, there are few capercaillies endangered with extinction. Their numbers have been declining for many years. The foresters are engaged in the protection of those beautiful birds so that in the spring their characteristic mating call can still be heard in the woods. Wood and yellow anemones are an undoubted decoration of spring forests. They form wonderful floral rugs characteristic of deciduous and mixed forests in March and April. Anemone fruits ripen in May and June. Wood anemones turn their flowers towards the sun throughout the day. Above, the hazel leaves move in the same rhythm, pulsing and expanding to a full size. Young hazel leaves form the upper part of the understory layer, thereby shading the forest floor. Against this unique background of the fields of multicolored flowers of undergrowth and understory, you can observe various representatives of the forest fauna. As early as at the end of March, common toads emerge from the underground hideouts covered with leaves. Heavily emaciated, they walk awkwardly towards the nearest water reservoirs, where they immediately start mating. The hedgehog has also awoken from the winter sleep. Its body is covered with about 5,000 spines. It is a loner who only mates for the mating season. In search of food, it can persistently wander. It is rarely seen in the light of day. During the night, it can make a distance of up to 2 kilometers. Hedgehogs are omnivorous, although they prefer animal food. In the undergrowth layer, also reptiles such as snakes and lizards find excellent living conditions. The most common reptile is the grass snake, which owes its Polish name to the characteristic yellowish patches behind the temples. It prefers to stay in wetlands near lakes and mid-forest ponds. It is a great swimmer, which allows it to efficiently hunt animals associated with the aquatic environment. A particularly diverse and the largest group of animals in undergrowth and understory are insects. After winter hibernation, as soon as the warm air fills their shelter, the ants immediately start working. They are a symbol of diligence, and not without reason. Some plants make use of it and employ these insects as porters. Transferred seeds have a special ant pad, an appendix containing fats and carbohydrates. This encourages insects to cooperate. The seed reaches a safe place deep inside the anthill. Ants eat a nutritious appendix. The seed itself is not attracted to them and has ideal conditions to germinate. Ants can be found all over Poland, and there are over 100 species. They are all extremely useful for the forest and can be called great foresters' allies. They feed mainly on insects that damage tree leaves. Another large group of forest insects are arachnids. Many of them, like this flower crab spider, live in bright areas. Most often, they can be found on the edge of forests, along forest paths, or in clearings. They do not build hunting nets. Instead, they lurk for their victims hidden among the flowers. The harvestman spider is easy to recognize by its perfectly elliptical body and extremely long and thin legs. Female harvestmen are much larger than males. The undergrowth and understory layer is home to numerous larger mammals. Here, both predatory, herbivores and omnivores can easily prey or rest. The most common of these mammals is the wild boar. It eats almost everything: carrion, plant tubers, small animals, and in autumn acorns, nuts, and beech nuts, that is, beech seeds. It looks for shelter in a thicket of shrubs or coniferous young trees. Wild boars are active in the forest throughout the year. In May, when the spring gathers momentum and the temperature rises and it gets warm enough, in the undergrowth starts to bloom a dignified and intensely scented lily of the valley. Its white pendant flowers, gathered in clusters attached to one side of the stem, resemble bells. Aromatic nectar attracts many pollinating insects. Lily of the Valley finds the best conditions for development in moderately shaded deciduous and mixed forests, where it often forms extensive fields. Sometimes plants show all their glory, growing individually among other species, like here, in the field of the sweet-scented bedstraw, also known as the sweet woodruff. This delicate plant, with fragile and bare stems, produces numerous shoots growing up to 30 centimeters in height. Its top is finished with small flowers gathered in canopies. Thanks to the content of coumarin, its smell resembles that of hay. It grows in shady deciduous forests, especially in beech forests. When it produces seeds, they are carried by animals and people as they attach to hair or clothes with hooks. Like most spring-flowering plants, it is poisonous. In a similar habitat occurs two-leaved false lily of the valley, common throughout Poland. It can also be found in mixed spruce or alder forests. This small plant, reaching only 20 centimeters, is an indicator species of old woods. It often creates large clusters. Species of the herbaceous plants in the undergrowth layer, which are threatened with extinction, among others, because of adverse climate changes, are multiplied by foresters and forest operators. Then they find their suitable habitats, and in this way, with the help of humans, they have a chance to survive in the natural environment. When the undergrowth is in full bloom, just above it, the understory also develops intensively. The guelder rose is now blooming in moist habitats, and the bird cherry in alluvial and alder forests. In the wet forests at the beginning of May, young cranes are born. In early spring, their parents build a nest there. The female lays 2 olive-brown eggs in it. Now that the young are strong and stand firmly on their own feet, they are leaving the nest. Yet for a long time, they will be hiding from the dangers lurking among the lush vegetation. In wet and shady coniferous forests, undergrowth and understory are usually poor. Due to the dense tree crowns, sunlight is scarce here, and the acidic and nutrient-poor medium means that herbaceous plants are almost absent, and ferns and mosses have taken their place. In the Polish forests, we observe a multitude of species of mosses and lichens. In coniferous forests, in dry places, the undergrowth can be covered with lichen. Such forests, where the basic forest-forming species is pine, where the understory is extremely scanty and the undergrowth is very poor, are called lichen pine forests. The lichen owes its Polish name to the specificity of its occurrence because it literally grows on stones, soil, bark of trees, and dead and decaying parts of plants. They are unique organisms because they arise from symbiosis of fungus and algae. They occur mainly as pioneer species, that is, those that first inhabit unfavorable and hostile areas. The most common in Polish forests include grey and woodland reindeer lichen, which are very easy to distinguish by the colour of the talus. Also, horsetails related to ferns and creeping cedars appear in the undergrowth of the forest. It is impossible not to recognize wood horsetails because their shoots take on a very characteristic shape of delicate small Christmas trees. They owe their name to the sounds they make when picked up. In wet forests, on peat bogs or in swamp forests, in wetlands and shady areas grows a marsh Labrador tea. Such forests have their specific smell of essential oils from the leaves and shoots of the marsh Labrador tea. This strong and characteristic aroma can even cause dizziness and headaches. Along with the marsh Labrador tea occur such species as bog rosemary, heather, cranberry, and rare, especially in northern Poland, cross-leaved heath. This beautiful shrub has characteristic needle-like leaves with rolled-up edges. Their green color contrasts well with light pink flowers. The smallest plants living in the undergrowth are the thorny bushes of blackberry and raspberry. They often form such a dense thicket that it is difficult to get through them without scratches. Blackberry is one of the most aggressive of the forest plants. Its shoots develop at a rapid pace, covering other plants. Shoots equipped with spikes allow it to climb everything it meets in its path. Some species of blackberries grow up to 2 meters in height. In the understory grow also larger bushes, such as the spindle, lilacs, hazel, as well as the bird cherry, dog rose, and hawthorn. Among the bushes and young trees seeks its shelter the European tree frog, which, in search of insects, can climb to a height of 1 meter. The orchids have seeds as tiny as dust pollen, which can be carried by the lightest breeze. Thanks to this, on large areas of the forest we can meet various species of these plants. In sunny spots, on xerothermic mountain grasslands grows a fly orchid. It owes its name to the characteristic structure of flowers. They imitate female Hymenoptera by their appearance. Males confuse the fly orchid flower with females and pollinate flowers during pseudocopulation. In Poland, this is the only such case among orchids. In deciduous forests, mainly beech forests, there is another very rare, disappearing in Poland representative of the orchid family, a red helleborine. It can be found in very few spots. It prefers fertile soils and belongs to the thermophilic type plants. Its flowers, although they do not produce nectar, attract pollinating insects due to their intense color and specific structure. After flowering and seeding by orchids, foresters mow open adjacent areas to prevent the succession of trees and shrubs, thus preserving the habitats of these rare, beautiful plants. In the world of insects found in the undergrowth and understory, the largest group are beetles. They are of different sizes and various, sometimes surprising shapes. Also, their coloration can be fabulously colorful or camouflage. Most beetles are herbivorous, although there are also predatory and omnivorous species. Many of these insects live in decaying and dead wood. A stag beetle reaches a length of up to 6 centimeters and is one of the largest beetles in the Polish forests. It occurs mainly in oak forests, where in June adults feed on the juice leaking from the trees. Males are equipped with huge ruminants that are used to fight for females. Another large and attractive-looking beetle is a rhinoceros beetle. It can be found in deciduous forests, but very rarely because its activity increases after dusk. During the day, it is buried in heaps of rotting plants. It is very slow and rarely flies. The female rhinoceros beetle lays eggs in decaying stumps of old deciduous trees and in dead roots. The larva is the largest among beetles found in Europe. Spring bloom does not last long. At the end of April, trees develop their crowns. The time for anemones and other photophilous flowers is over. For several weeks of the activity, they accumulated so much food that it is enough to produce seeds and new bulbs or rhizomes hidden in the moist soil. When the leaves appear on the trees, the shade will return to the forest, and only a few plants will remain in the undergrowth. In mid-June, when spring gives way to summer, many different voices can still be heard in the forest. Now, at dawn and in the evening, melodic concerts of nightingales and frogs resound. The chicks are still in some bird nests, most often in these species that have several breeding periods each year. Robins can have up to 5 chicks at this time, which are fed by both parents until they leave the nest. Also, blackbirds all day long carry dozens of caught insects and earthworms taken from the ground to the nest full of bright, gaping beaks. In early summer, large quantities of green leaves, full of easily digestible carbohydrates, become fertile meadows where a huge number of creatures graze. Some plants, which do not want to be eaten massively, produce poison. However, it does not deter all insects, among others butterfly caterpillars. In summer, in mountain herbs, in the free spaces of the dwarf mountain lion, in the forest clearings, but above all in luminous forests, a beautifully looming foxglove is often found. Its flowers resemble gaping jaws that invite insects to collect pollen from them. But insects not only make use of the flowers. Aphids eagerly suck the juices from the foxglove, and ants live in symbiosis with the aphids. They provide protection and peace during feeding to Hemiptera, and in return they make use of sweet, high-energy honeydew excreted by aphids. Ants literally milk aphids, striking with their tentacles on their abdomen so that the insects release drops of the anticipated secretion. Wild strawberries and blueberries begin to bear fruit in the undergrowth when summer reaches its fullness. Such fruitful undergrowth looks very appetizing. Even a brown bear will not refuse a meal. it may only be surprising that the largest domestic predatory mammal is also a great amateur of forest fruit. The size and weight of the bear is impressive and awesome. An adult male can reach up to 400 kilograms and measure 2.5 meters in length. It occurs mainly in the Bieszczady Mountains, Tatra Mountains, and Beskids. The bear needs huge spaces rich in food and given the opportunity to hide. It is reluctant to leave the forest with its thick and dense understory. Wolves also occupy large territories where they hunt, eat, and rest. In Poland, they occur mainly in forests, and individual packs clearly define their territories, in the center of which, in the most inaccessible place, arrange their lair. The wolf is a predator, and in nature it mostly feeds on small animals. However, when the size of the pack and the availability of large herbivores is adequate, it allows itself to hunt larger prey, for example, deer. Already in midsummer, heathers begin to decorate forests with pink lilac colors. These small dwarf shrubs occur in various plant communities, such as pine forests, peat bogs, as well as on dunes, but always where the soil is poor and acidic. They feel great in sunny places. Heather is a valued honey plant, so beekeepers are eager to put their apiaries close to the heaths. Bees flying among small flowers can collect up to 120 kilograms of honey from 1 hectare covered with heathers. In Poland, almost all over its area, heather is a common plant. After long hot months, it is finally time to rest. Autumn begins in the forest. Despite the fact that the sun can still heat strongly, the days become clearly shorter and the nights moist and cool. Mornings are covered with thick fog, and it is raining more and more often. Most plants have already produced colorful and sugar-rich fruits with seeds hidden inside. Now rowan, blackthorn, viburnum, and many other shrubs use black and red to attract birds. Ripe fruits in this way indicate that they can be eaten, so that the birds will move their seeds over long distances. Many birds then exchange insects for fruit and seeds, which are especially important to them because of their easily absorbable sugar. When the autumn comes to the forest, the leaves begin to change into many colors and form. After some time, the trees slowly suspend their activity. Nature slows down. Day by day, the singing of birds is less audible, and those that remain for the winter begin to accumulate food. In the autumn, jays feed mainly on acorns, beet seeds, nuts, and fruit. Greedily and in a hurry, they collect and transfer them to different places. Having hidden them in the ground, forest litter or between roots, they often forget about them, thus contributing to the spreading of various heavy seeds. It can be said that the birds carrying forest seeds plant a new forest side by side with foresters. When wet autumn winds sweep backwards in the undergrowth, fruiting bodies of mushrooms begin to appear in large numbers. Mushrooms belong to a separate kingdom of living organisms on the earth. They produce the smallest spores that resemble seeds to a large extent. They are so small that they spread like smoke. Mushrooms have no stems, roots, or leaves. They cooperate with trees and their roots to get nutrients. In return, they increase the opportunities for tree roots to collect water. This type of coexistence of the tree and fungus is called mycorrhiza. Their effective fruiting bodies appear for a short time. As soon as the spores are fired, they collapse and die. Some forest mushrooms produce large and tasty fruiting bodies that are eagerly harvested by humans. When little light reaches the forest, the day is becoming short and it gets really cold, and the last leaves from the trees and shrubs fall. It is a sign that winter is approaching. Perennial plants fall asleep. It will allow them to survive this difficult time. The undergrowth and understory are an essential element of the entire forest. In a complex forest ecosystem, where every organism, plant or animal is important and irreplaceable, the lower floors of the forest perform many important functions. Thanks to the dense root network, the undergrowth and understory plants protect the soil against erosion and, by shading it, reduce the rate of water evaporation. In this way, they improve the water relations and climate inside the forest. Falling leaves form a layer of dust that transforms into humus. This in turn improves soil structure and introduces into it mineral compounds that are easily absorbed by various plant, animal, and fungal organisms. In the duff can be found the greatest richness of species and countless amounts of organisms, practically invisible to the human eye. All organisms that make up these two floors of the forest are of great importance also for the other layers and determine their mutual function. So, while staying in the forest, lean over the undergrowth, and then gradually look up towards the understory, and try to see all the extraordinary features that these two layers of the forest hide. The life of the forest, orchids. does not know them or has not come across them at least once? Probably each of us has or has had on the windowsill of our flat or house a popular, especially in recent years, orchid. This is usually a specimen from the botanical genus Phalaenopsis, commonly known as a moth orchid, or from the genus Cattleya or Dendrobium. We are offered thousands of hybrids or varieties of orchid species with extremely showy, long-lasting flowers. The market for ornamental orchids is worth millions of dollars a year and continues to grow. Not everyone knows that the popular vanilla used in cooking is also a species of liana orchid from Central and South America. Namely the flat-leaved vanilla, the fruit of which, pod-like sacs, are widely used in households as a spice aroma. In Turkey and the Balkans, on the other hand, a drink was traditionally made from the powdered tubers of the early purple orchid called salep, which was consumed with various additives, especially in winter. It has a warming effect and was once believed to have aphrodisiac properties. There are, of course, many more uses for plants from the orchid family. Orchidaceae, commonly called the orchid family, is one of the most numerous families on Earth. It includes more than 25,000 documented species, and it is estimated that there may be up to 40,000 species. The vast majority of species live in intertropical zones, mainly tropical Asia and South America. Most are found in tropical montane cloud forests. The further away from the tropics, the number of species decreases rapidly. Orchidaceae, as these plants should probably be called, are cosmopolitan. They are found on all continents except Antarctica. The word orchid literally means one of the 880 genera of the orchid family, namely the genus Orchis. For most of us inhabitants of the moderate zone, orchids are associated almost exclusively with cultivated, colourful varieties or hybrids, and above all with exotic tropical plants from faraway lands. However, not everyone knows that in our Polish forests, on our Polish meadows and in our country, we also have representatives of the orchid family. That is, around 50 species, including hybrids. In the majority of cases, these are not as magnificent and impressive plants as in tropical countries. As far as our domestic orchid species are concerned, we also have species with magnificent, spectacular, quite large flowers, such as the lady's slipper orchid, which is probably the most beautiful of our Polish orchids. But there are also other botanical genera, such as the marsh orchid or the genus Platanthera. Most species, due to the fact that they live in tropical and subtropical zones, live directly on the trunks, branches and leaves of trees and shrubs without producing roots typical of other vascular plants. They belong to a life form called epiphytes. They have numerous aerial roots covered with a silvery fuzz called velamen, which has the task of capturing and temporarily storing water contained in the air. Some of the roots contain chlorophyll, a green pigment, and can aid photosynthesis. It is important to remember that in evergreen rainforests it is very dark under the canopy of trees. Aerial roots are accompanied by adventitious roots which attach the plants to the ground. All our orchid species are terrestrial species. They produce specially modified roots and enter into mycorrhizal associations with fungi, which is sometimes an obligatory association for the survival of certain species, such as the non-photosynthetic ones that do not produce chlorophyll. All of our native orchids are terrestrial species, and their roots usually form storage organs such as tubers of various shapes. The storage organ here is a specially modified underground shoot in the form of a rhizome. Leaves of orchids have a rather simple structure. Most often they are undivided, oblong or egg-shaped with parallel veins and spathouse at base. In some species, they are perennial and long-lasting, such as the only evergreen orchid found in the coniferous forests of Poland, the creeping lady's tresses. This species is still relatively uncommon in the north and northeast of Poland, while in other parts of our country it is one of the rarest elements of the flora. What is interesting, this plant is most closely related to the autumn lady's tresses. It is a very similar plant in terms of flowers, but it inhabits completely different habitats. It can be found in extensively grazed grasslands, mainly in the mountains. The creeping lady's tresses gets its Polish name from the fact that its flowers on the inflorescence usually point to one side, as you can clearly see here. However, there are also some species that produce virtually no leaves. The leaves then take the form of scales on the shoot, lacking chlorophyll, as it happens in the case of our ghost orchids or bird's nest orchids. It is worth saying here that these species do not carry out photosynthesis at all, and we call them non-photosynthetic orchids. Orchids can range in size from a few millimeters to several meter-high creepers such as vanilla. One of the most characteristic features of orchids is the structure of flowers and their elements. Flowers or inflorescences have many different shapes, colors, forms, and sizes. However, flowers with dorsiventral symmetry predominate. The flower structure is the result of the adaptation of most species to pollination by insects, less frequently by higher vertebrate organisms such as hummingbirds in Central and South America. Examples of adaptations for pollination include the special structure of the flower. Such an expression here is the developed labellum, which can have various patterns invisible to the human eye, which are a kind of landing strip for various insects, mostly Hymenoptera. The flowers are usually hermaphroditic, but in some orchids self-pollination is possible, and even the phenomenon of cleistogamy occurs, the ability to pollinate with their own pollen before the flowers open. Our native ghost orchids can, for example, not open their flowers at all and bloom underground. The flowers of orchids are not differentiated into a calyx and a corolla as in other flowering plants, but have perianth leaves like the protruding reddish-brown ones of our native lady slipper orchid. One of them forms a so-called labellum, which sometimes has spectacular coloration and shape. In the lady slipper, it resembles an elongated yellow balloon with a narrow entrance to its interior. The surface of the labellum often shows characteristic patterns which are a distinguishing mark for pollinating insects. Usually there is a so-called gynostemium, formed by the fusion of the stamens with the pistil-style endostigmas. It is usually hidden inside the flower and not very visible, which in many orchidaceae meant that they had to develop specific ways to be pollinated by insects. The flowers of the lady slipper are trap-like. The edges of the labellum are heavily waxed and curled, making it easy for insects that sit in them to fall inside. To leave the trap, the insect must follow a special trail. These are rows of small hairs and red spots located along the veins inside the labellum. When climbing, the insect first encounters a large stigma, which it rubs against. In this way, it leaves on it the pollinium from other specimens it has previously visited. As it climbs higher, it rubs against the waxy pollen mass, collecting new genetic material with which it can pollinate the next representative of the same species. This sequence of how the insects leave the trap set by the lady slipper orchid protects it from self-pollination. Slightly different adaptations have been developed by species of the genus Ophrys. Their labellum, in terms of shape and often also colour and smell, resembles the abdomen of the female in certain insect species. During the copulation attempt, pollination of the Ophrys occurs. The insect usually hits its head on the pollinium and stigma. In the Polish flora, until recently, only one species of Ophrys was known, the fly orchid. In recent years, however, several localities of the second representatives of this genus have been discovered in our country, the bee orchid. It is the latest to bloom and at the same time produces the largest flowers of all European Ophrys. In most orchids, there is a phenomenon of resupination, that is, a twisting of the ovary or the short peduncle, usually by 180 degrees. As a result, the labellum occupies a position in the lower part of the flower under the gynostemium, making it an ideal landing site for pollinators. These are mostly hymenopterous flies, ants, crickets, butterflies and beetles, and sometimes even birds, bats or frogs. This is an evolutionary adaptation of orchidaceae to pollination by different animals. Another is the ability of insects to carry not individual pollen grains, but a whole mass of them, which is glued together to form a pollinium. This in turn easily sticks to the insect by means of a sticky pedicel. The fruit of orchids are usually elongated sacs which, when dry, burst open and release microscopic seeds from within, some of the smallest in the world. They sometimes reach a mass of several millionths of a gram. For this reason, this entire systematic group used to be called microspermae, or small-seeded plants. plants produce seeds in huge numbers, some species even several 100,000, in which they are similar to fungi and their spores. The seeds are devoid of any nutrients and contain only the beginnings of plant embryos consisting of a few or a dozen or so cells. Most orchid species develop in symbiosis with fungi, forming mycorrhizae. Seeds have a very short lifespan, from a few to several dozen hours, so if they do not find a suitable fungal partner in this time, they die. If they succeed in doing so, however, the fungal hyphae penetrate the seed cells. There are also species which are already entwined with mycorrhizal fungal hyphae during flowering. The seed falling to the surface already has a fungal partner in it. Usually after 2 to 5 years, but sometimes even after 10 years, the first green leaves of the juvenile stage begin to appear, and in the following years they are already replaced by definite leaves, typical leaves which are capable of assimilation, and usually at this point the plant becomes independent of the mycorrhizal fungus. However, there are some species in our orchid flora that remain in a mycorrhizal association with the fungus all their lives, such as the bird's nest orchid, the ghost orchid, and the early coral root. Life and development of orchids without the right fungi would be impossible. We are in the Rospuda Valley, in the western part of the Augustul forest. Admittedly, it is relatively early, but we were greeted here by flocks of botflies. We are in this place because we wanted to see the population of several species of the orchid family which occur here, and one of them is the marsh hellebori, Epipactis palustris. It is still a relatively common representative of the orchid family in northeastern Poland, while in the Rospuda Valley Basin, on the mosslands above the Rospuda Valley, it has one of the most numerous national populations, certainly comprising many thousands of specimens. Polish orchids can be found in a variety of habitats, from various types of peat bogs through wet and fresh meadows, dry grasslands, various types of forest ecosystems where there is a whole range of species depending on the plant community, to foothills and mountain pastures. The common spotted orchid grows in shady, fertile and moist forests, along waterbanks and wet areas. This species has beautiful large inflorescences with variable flower colours. It often forms hybrids with other orchid species. It is one of the few native orchids to have nectar-producing flowers. Its leaves are decorated with numerous dark spots. Some orchid species are attached to a single habitat type. Others have a wide ecological amplitude and can inhabit diverse ecosystems. All orchids are under species protection in Poland. Most of them are vanishing, receding and rare plants. That is why they are included in the Polish Red Book of Plants and the Polish Red List of Ferns and Flowering Plants. Two orchid species, the lady slipper orchid and the fen orchid, are included in Annex 2 of the EU Habitats Directive, whose protection requires designation of special areas of conservation. The Rozpuda Valley is a refuge for over 20, that is more than half of the Polish representatives of the Orchidaceae family, commonly called orchids found in our country. Fen orchid, called Liparis loselli in Latin, is a very small orchid which is associated exclusively with peat bogs, mainly low alkaline bogs, and less frequently with transitional bogs in very well-watered areas. Unfortunately, due to the fact that we are strongly transforming the environment in which we live, more than half of the national sites of this very rare species have disappeared in the last 100 years. The situation is little better, or rather worse, in most neighbouring countries, both east, south and west of our borders. Nevertheless, here in the Rozpuda Valley, there is one of the 2 or 3 most numerous natural populations of the species. Like most of the Orchidaceae, such as a fen orchid, its populations are characterized by very large fluctuations in numbers every year. This is normal in this family. However, on the basis of many years of research, it is estimated that this population numbers at least 5, in some years even over 20,000 specimens. This species is very small in size, but nevertheless produces small but very interestingly shaped flowers during the flowering period. However, some orchid species, due to their development and environmental conditions, may only appear in the form of inflorescent shoots once every few years, such as the ghost orchid, the bird's nest orchid, the early coral root, and hence there is often a misconception that the species is extinct in a given area. The broad-leaved marsh orchid is a species which until recently was one of the most common orchids in our country. Unfortunately, as a result of many environmental changes, its populations are steadily shrinking. It is quite a large plant, growing on wet meadows, the edges of peat bogs and the edges of wet forests. It willingly forms interspecific hybrids with various flower colors. There are also albino forms. The leaves are large and broad with numerous dark spots, hence another Polish name for the plant. Stoplanek szerokolistny. Here grows the last of the musk orchids in the territory of Poland. This is a species of orchid which historically was known from about 20 localities within present-day Poland, but as a result of land reclamation has disappeared from all of them. The circumstances in which it died out in the last known locality was the Wisna Marsh in the first half of the 1960s, when the government of the People's Republic of Poland planned to make the vast marshes in the Wisna area more productive or significant. A group of scientists undertook research during which they demonstrated very high natural value of the area, including the presence of the musk orchid flowers, and despite the fact that there was censorship, they managed to publish an article in which it was indicated that if this land reclamation, this upgrading was carried out, the species would probably disappear within 10 or 15 years. As it turned out, the scientists were only partly right, because after these land reclamation measures had been carried out, the musk orchid and other rare species disappeared from the site within 3 or 4 years. Today, we have fields of nettles there. Musk orchids have been known in the Rozpuda Valley since 1987. The population is stable with several hundred specimens every year. The species has excellent conditions for development here, as the mosslands of the Rozpuda Valley have an undisturbed hydrological system. The area is perfectly watered all the time. Along with it, there are, among others, the fen orchid, the chalk fragrant orchid, the marsh helleborine, the early marsh orchid, subspecies Ochroleuca. These areas are characterized by very high natural values. It is probably the last such large river valley with preserved mosslands, that is, such alkaline, flowing peat bogs in Europe. The greatest threats to our orchids include, above all, the disappearance of the habitats that these beautiful plants prefer. Species living in peat bogs and hydrogenic habitats, that is, those dependent on a high level of flowing or groundwater, are disappearing as a result of the drying of these ecosystems and the encroachment of succession of competitively strong, expansive plant species on peat bogs. This process is certainly influenced by the current climate changes, lack of snowy winters and adequate annual precipitation, as well as high temperature, increased evaporation and transpiration of plants. We are in the northern part of the Suwałki region in the area of Szelmet Lakes. We have a raised bog around us, and on its periphery there is a Hamabaya paludosa. Hamabaya paludosa is most often found in raised bogs and transitional bogs. It may be worth pointing out that raised bogs are bogs which are fed by rainwater. Transitional bogs are fed by rainwater and groundwater, and low bogs, such as those home to the fen orchid, are fed by groundwater. This has a reflection on the pH of the substrate, and it is on raised bogs where Hamabaya grows, the substrate is usually acidic, rarely approaching neutral. This species is one of the smallest members of the orchid family in Poland, but it is also highly threatened with extinction. Over the last few decades, more than half of the historically known stands of the Hamabaya paludosa have been lost in Poland, and the reason for this was most often drainage, which led to a change in hydrological conditions in the peat bog, or started the process of peat decay, which in turn enables the development of strong, expansive, competitive species of perennial plants, shrubs and trees, which overshadowed this very small species. For the Hamabaya paludosa to persist where it still occurs today, hydrological conditions must be maintained and active protection measures must be implemented in disturbed areas. This will simply mean filling in existing drainage ditches. This measure will not always be sufficient because the process of decay, or in other words mineralization of peat, may be so advanced that the availability of nutrients, nitrogen, potassium and phosphorus will be so high that strong competitive vegetation will develop anyway, despite the improvement of hydrological conditions. In such a situation, apart from not filling up the ditches, it is also necessary to implement active protection measures connected with cutting down, removing bushes, trees and sometimes even mowing the peat bogs. Meadow and grassland species decline as a result of lack of extensive grassland use, namely cattle grazing. Some forest species, on the other hand, may decline due to a change in light conditions in the forest through increased shading of the forest floor. One of the approximately 50 species of orchids we have in Poland is the autumn's lady tresses. This species blooms the latest of our native orchid species. Sometimes it can bloom even to the beginning of October. This species is inconspicuous. It is small. The whole inflorescence shoot is a maximum of 30 centimeters. The species can be said to be on the verge of extinction at the moment, and I will risk such a statement. There are a dozen or so localities in Poland. Before the Second World War, there were around 130 sites of the autumn ladies' tresses in present-day Poland, and after the Second World War, this number fell steadily as a result of changes in agriculture, mainly the abandonment of extensive grazing. It was last seen in Poland in the 1970s. It was not until 1999 that it was again found in the area of the Chechen foothills. Since then, about 25 localities of this species have been found, among which at least 8 should be considered extinct because they have been ploughed or otherwise mechanically destroyed.
Zaorane albo w inny sposób mechanicznie zniszczone.
Invasions of alien species, such as the small flowers touch-me-not and the wild black cherry in various forest ecosystems, as well as intensive large-scale agriculture and industry which release mainly nitrogen compounds into the environment, result in significant fertilization of habitats and excessive growth of biomass, do not help the orchids either. Egg-leaf twayblade occurs in oak hornbeam forests and wet forests as well as in other habitats. The plant is characterized by 2 large egg-shaped leaves. Tiny yellowish-green flowers are loosely placed on the inflorescence, which often reaches 60 centimeters in height. There can be as many as 100 of them. The labellum is oblong, deeply incised, and pointing downwards. The flowers contain nectar and are pollinated mainly by Hymenoptera. However, the state forests implement many projects for the protection of orchids and their habitats, and they also carry out forest management in such a way as to be orchid-friendly in the areas where they are known to occur. For example, the lowland and mountain small retention projects result in water retention in forest and open ecosystems, which is beneficial for orchids. In Natura 2000 areas, active measures are also taken not only in forest ecosystems, but also in open ecosystems, such as various types of peat bogs, meadows, and grasslands. Orchids are not a very numerous group of plants in Poland. They constitute less than 2% of the entire vascular flora of flower flowers. However, even though some species have inconspicuous inflorescences, they are hardly visible, hard to find in the field, so it is worth exploring our meadows and forests in search of our domestic orchids. And when we find such an orchid, such a specimen, let's lean over it. Let's look closely at the structure of the flower, how complicated it is, and at the same time we will see its beauty, and it will turn out that in fact they do not differ from those offered to us on the market. Maybe our native orchids do not have such impressive sizes and spectacular flowers as their tropical cousins, but they are still an element of exoticism in our forests and meadows. And due to their specific development and structure, they undoubtedly constitute one of the most interesting groups of plants in Poland. Forested areas of moderate climatic zones have an extraordinarily rich nature that depends on highly moist soils and periodical flooding. In Poland, great attention is paid to preserving these sites that are so valuable in terms of nature. Therefore, many of them have been covered by strict protection, such as national parks, nature reserves, and Natura 2000 protected sites. Alder forests are commonly called forests on clumps or forests on water. They consist of tree stands with a predomination of the black alder, sometimes accompanied by the downy birch, ash, or pine. The bird cherry, water elder, and certain willow species form the undergrowth. Ground flora is sparse, and its species have little space to live. Around the trunks of trees towering above the water table, there are clumps overgrown by marsh vegetation, and water stays between them for a major part of the year, or permanently. Particular clumps can be often far away from one another. These inaccessible forests owe their appearance to the specific water regime. The water level fluctuates and depends on the season and the intensity of rainfall. In winter and early spring, it is fairly high, and after the autumn period of rainy weather, it can rise by even as much as several dozen centimeters. Then, when scorching and dry years come, water disappears completely. The spaces between the clumps dry out. The landscape changes beyond recognition. Many plants and animals try to wait out that time in some more favorable places. These specific water relationships have been especially apparent in the most recent years when long-term droughts have been fairly frequent. This does not favor the existence of alder forests, as the stagnant waters originate almost exclusively from the atmospheric precipitation. Usually, however, the pre-spring alder forest is filled with water. Now, our attention is drawn to colorful inflorescences of the black alder, the queen of the area, moving with the wind. When snow starts to melt in February and the frosty and bleak winter comes to an end, near streams and small rivers rolling their waters through the backwoods, a symbol of early spring, the common snowdrop, starts to blossom. Its flowers, smelling of honey, provide the first sweet food to insects which pollinate them. Even though the plant itself has small dimensions, it grows up to a maximum of 30 centimeters. It is very resistant to frost. Owing to the specific structure, its singular flowers can survive temperatures as low as 10 Celsius below zero. Similar to the common snowdrop, the daphne also flowers in very early spring. Its fragrant pink flowers clearly enliven the post-winter landscape in the still leafless grey forest. In Poland, since the 1940s, this species has been strictly protected by law. The daphne is an extremely toxic shrub. It is worth knowing that, for an adult human, it is enough to eat only 10 to 12 ripe fruits to die. There are only a few types of birds that can eat its fruits without harm, by which they contribute to the spread of the shrub. Soon after the last ice disappears, the common grass frogs begin their mating. They gather in large numbers in shallow, warmer bodies of water. Males compete for females by sounding characteristic grumbling voices. Sometimes there are jostles and minor clashes between them. Many females usually lay their eggs just at the edge of the water. Their spawn has the form of gelatinous spherical curls, sometimes forming great clusters. It minimizes temperature fluctuations and protects future tadpoles from predators. Initially, after hatching, the tadpoles are completely black and they have well-formed tail fins. Soon they grow 3 pairs of external gills with which they respire in the first days of life spent exclusively underwater. At the end of March and the beginning of April, the female eagle owl lays 2 to 3 eggs which it carefully and devotedly hatches for more than 1 month. The nest, here situated on a clump between alder trunks, has a form of a shallow hole filled with dry grass, moss, and with twigs. In time, it also fills with pellets as well as fur and feathers of prey. The nesting period usually lasts 3 months. During that time, the eagle owls, in their very secretive life, are extraordinarily sensitive to any disturbances. In Poland, this largest owl of the world is covered by strict species protection, and its breeding grounds are declared protected zones throughout the year. Owing to these measures, a slow increase in the numbers of eagle owls is recorded. A very rich life develops on clumps. Many species are also found in other types of forests. They are often accompanied by shrubs such as the bird cherry and blackcurrant. Between the clumps in small depressions filled with water, bog plants grow, such as the spectacular marsh marigold. Its flowers entice with nectar and a specific arrangement of spots and lines visible only to insects. Inaccessible old alder forests are the perfect site for the nesting of cranes. The suitably high level of water and boggy bottom are ideal conditions for breeding. The nest is built from rotting and dry parts of plants and is surrounded by water, which gives relative safety to the brooding birds and their future offspring. Throughout brooding, the crane carefully and delicately turns the eggs with its beak. This action prevents the embryo from attaching to the shell, and the embryo inside the egg grows and develops correctly. While one of the parents sits on the eggs, the other rests nearby, attentively monitoring the surroundings. A foraging roe deer buck wandered near the nest. A pair of eyes carefully watches it from the shrubs. The male crane is somewhat unnerved by this unexpected intrusion. The buck, unaware of being watched, calmly struts ahead. Suddenly, it hears a disturbing rattle and raises its head carefully, checking the area. The crane makes several steps in its direction. The buck cannot stand the tension and springs away. After a while, however, it returns and walks around the bird, looking at it with an evident interest. Such situations, where a close encounter between different species takes place, are fairly frequent in the animal world, although uncommon to the observer. Preserving sufficient water resources is assisted by the activities of beavers. These largest European rodents were threatened with extinction even as late as during the second half of the 20th century. However, due to multi-year strict species protection, they can be found almost everywhere today. Whenever there is some water and trees to be gnawed, the beavers have been successfully restored into the environment. The damming up of water by this animal constructor creates extremely beneficial conditions for the occurrence of biological diversity in our forests. The cranes are among those who have particularly benefited from it. One pair set its nest in just such a place. In a loud clamour audible over several kilometres, they announce their dominion over this territory. Similar living conditions are suitable to the green sandpiper. This member of the sandpiper family also lives in wooded marshes. The cranes tolerate the presence of a sandpiper, but a beaver swimming nearby is regarded as an intruder. The female leaves the nest to challenge the uninvited guest. Standing up in the protection of its nest, the bird showed great determination, as the beaver is not an easy adversary. The body weight of an adult individual can reach even as much as 29 kilograms, with a body length of up to 110 centimeters. Beavers are strongly territorial animals and can adapt the environment where they live to their own needs. The telltale signs of their presence are dams and beaver lodges. The dams allow them to widen the areas of their activities and to secure their access to new feeding grounds. The dams can be used for a number of years. With time, some of these provide the ground for the development of new plants and later, trees. During the progressive transformation of the natural environment, there are frequent conflicts between humans and beavers, even more so presently, since these animals can be increasingly encountered near human settlements. As far as the activities of humans are not always beneficial to nature, the activities of beavers can return the water regime to a beneficial state, increase the biological diversity, and speed up the auto-purification of waters. Since early youth, the beavers attach great attention to the care of fur. It must be kept in perfect condition to perform its insulation function during long stays in the water. The beaver Pupas are very skillful in diving and can stay underwater for more than 10 minutes. The young can swim almost instantly after birth, but begin diving only in the second or third week of life. During long-lasting droughts, the beaver ponds constitute refuge for many aquatic organisms. The great grey owl is extraordinarily rare in Poland. In 2010, the first ever breeding in our country of this owl was found in the Polesie Lubelskie region. The brooding is an exclusive task for the female, while the male hunts and guards the territory from the chosen vantage point. Its prey consists mostly of small rodents and birds. The great grey owl lives in the vast expanses of pine and spruce forests with admixtures of other coniferous and deciduous trees. However, open spaces such as glades or meadows, where it is easier to hunt prey, must be nearby. In a waterlogged alder forest, a pair of cranes survives to have young. The still helpless nestlings require a lot of care from their parents. Mallards staying nearby stir up irritation among the parents. The male decides to chase them away. Quiet and safety around the nest are now of the utmost importance. The mallards, however, did not fly away from the floodwaters and indulge in a short nap in a certain distance from the nest. While the less experienced male tries clumsily to warm up one of the nestlings, the other chick, led by the mother, receives its first lessons on how to find food. To teach their young, the adult birds have to exercise the utmost patience. There is also some animation in another nest built near the trunk of an immersed pine. The cranes stay nearby, keeping a close eye on the nestlings. During this time, the young are particularly vulnerable to attacks from predators, only waiting for an opportunity to snatch them. water surrounding the nest gives it relatively good protection, while the adult bird staying in the neighborhood can be fairly effective in fending off an attack. The nestlings left alone in the nest will occasionally fight one another. Such squabbles between the young do not happen very often, but they can cause serious wounds in the weaker nestling. Fortunately, a parent appears in time to pacify the troublesome nestling by putting a tasty tidbit under its beak. Each parent cares for one young, feeding it with snails, insects, and worms. June. Warm days have encouraged a young great grey owl to leave the nest. It has seated itself on top of a broken pine trunk and keenly monitors the surroundings, just like adult birds do. It doesn't seem to bat an eyelid at the swarming clouds of insects nearby. Meanwhile, the parents are busy hunting for food, which largely consists of small rodents. The diet may also include birds, amphibians, reptiles, and even insects. Owls typically hunt from a hiding place, diving onto their prey from a branch, pole, or other high vantage point. The young have a hearty appetite during this period, so parents do their fair share of work to fill their hungry stomachs. The grown chicks, up to 5 in one brood, leave the nest after 3 to 4 weeks. Although unable to fly yet, they are excellent climbers and remain patient while waiting for their parents to bring a tasty morsel from a hunt. The perfect places to stay for the great grey owl are quagmires or open spaces overgrown with hare's-tail cottongrass. Hare's-tail cottongrass grows in peat-forming wetlands and raised peat bogs. It requires wet areas with strong light exposure and plays an important role in the restoration of habitats in former peat extraction sites. It is one of the first species to colonize devegetated areas. The blankets of fruiting hare's-tail cottongrass are a particularly eye-pleasing aspect of bog coniferous forests. The recently common water shortages have a very negative impact on other wetland residents. This includes turtles, which are very rare and hard to spot because of their timidity. The European pond turtle spends most of its life in water. As an excellent swimmer and diver, it can stay underwater for up to 1 hour when hunting. Like all reptiles, turtles are ectothermic, that is, their body temperature largely depends on the ambient temperature. That is why turtles, whenever left undisturbed on a bright day, climb the surrounding tussocks to warm themselves in the sun. The warming speeds up their metabolism, which has been slowed down by a long immersion in cold water. birch swamp forests grow in northern and eastern Poland, in hollow areas with high groundwater levels. These almost purely birch forests, with clear dominance of downy birches, create an amazing landscape. The impression is made even stronger by the floating scent from the endless carpets of marsh Labrador tea, covered in beautiful flowers at this time of year. Depending on soil moisture, vegetation in the herb and undergrowth layers is particularly diverse here, taking a shrublet-like form in drier sites, which also is a result of bog bilberries. Trees provide shelter for numerous animals. A spotted eagle has built its nest on one of the tall birches, and it is a bird that is extremely rare in Poland. In this species, only one of the chicks survives, as the older eaglet competes with the younger one for food and eventually kills it. The second chick can only make it if the older egg does not hatch. Ornithologists call this behavior siblicide. Boreal spruce forests on peat, growing inside kettle halls, are a rare habitat limited to a narrow range in northeastern Poland. Their dominant species is spruce, which causes heavy shading of the ground, hence a very scanty herb layer. However, the shading benefits the growth of mosses. The characteristic rusty-colored deposit on the bottom of a stream flowing across this area is produced by iron bacteria that draw life energy from the oxidation of iron dissolved in water. Spruce forests are eagerly inhabited by the smallest of our owls, the Eurasian pygmy owl. Bog coniferous forests are a habitat specific to endorrheic basins. Pines dominate the tree stand, accompanied by downy birches or spruces. The herb layer includes shrublets, mainly marsh Labrador tea and bog bilberry, with scarcer bog myrtle. This place is beloved by another of our owls, the boreal owl. Bog coniferous forests are unique sites. In Poland, they cover only 1% of all forest areas. In an accessible place surrounded by bogs, on a tall pine tree, a sparrowhawk watches over its 5 children. Such remote and tranquil sites are a favorable nesting environment for most raptors. small creek meandering through the forest lies a very rich woodland habitat known as alder ash forest, featuring black alder and common ash trees. Alders do not form the characteristic root clumps here, so the vegetation lacks that specific clump structure distinctive of alder forests. As a result of a unique microclimate of a forest river, the herb layer is highly developed. Being surrounded by the forest, the river naturally fills up with branches and collapsed tree trunks, which give this environment a primeval air. Our largest and most beautiful orchid, Cypripedium, has come into bloom on a protuberance of land. This species is under strict protection and has been entered into the Polish Red Data Book of Plants as threatened by extinction. It flowers from mid-May to mid-July. The flowers, though nectarless, have no problems with pollination. They lure insects inside their bulging labella with a strong and pleasant vanilla lemon scent that resembles that of pheromones secreted by Hymenoptera. At the edge of a swamp forest, a herd of conics is grazing. They look very much like extinct wild horses known as tarpans. Tarpans occurred in the forests of eastern Poland till the end of the 17th century. Today, thanks to breeders' efforts, there are many places where we can find their half-wild descendants. These horses are incredibly resilient and perfectly adapted to harsh conditions. They live in herds ruled by a stallion, which leads a group of several mares and their children. Conics are very friendly and hardly ever run away by the sight of a human. For their part, they are not aggressive to people. They are calm and their foals curious. These animals have undeniable charm. They often travel in search of waterholes or the shade of a forest where they can rest a little from pestering horseflies. Woodland communities growing within the range of floodwaters that bring fertile silt during inundation are called riparian forests. They are always connected with flowing waters, from small creeks to major rivers. Large fluctuations of water levels are specific to these sites, ranging from very high water in spring, when large riverside areas are inundated, to almost completely dried up riverbeds during long droughts. The lowering water reveals the tangled roots of riverbank trees. During high waters, they form labyrinth-like structures that provide shelter for fish and other aquatic organisms. Riparian willow poplar forests grow in the valleys of major rivers, in places where a flood wave occurs every year. The herb layer includes widespread nettles, and the shrub layer contains spindle trees with their eye-catching pink fruit. In the direct vicinity of water, we can find the exotically looking simple stem burrweed. Nutrient-rich lowland rivers create excellent conditions for many species of fish and aquatic plants. It is a natural environment of the white-tailed eagle. A dead fish is a true treat for a young individual. Slightly further from the river channel, in places reached by water once a decade or so, we can find riparian elm ash forests. These rich forests also abound in other broad-leaved tree species. Bog forests and marshy meadows are also the places where wolves can be found. A young male trots through his territory, keenly observing the surroundings. Once in a while, it stops to sniff and look around. A mown meadow with bales of hay is not the best place to hide. The wolf is spotted from a distance by a white-tailed eagle, which has found a good vantage point on top of a bale. They look each other in the eye for a moment. Eventually, the curious wolf scares off the bird and checks if there is any prey left. Unfortunately, this time, the eagle was just resting here. The wolf has no other choice but to go on looking around. A host of deer has emerged from the wood. The rut is underway, so a mighty buck is visible among the does. He keeps running to and fro, roars, and holds his herd together. He never stops glancing around in case a competitor appears. Dusk is falling, and another, equally large stag emerges from the woods. A fierce fight ensues. The bucks, their antlers locked together, continue to wrestle vigorously for more than 10 minutes. The herd of does watches carefully, standing by the forest line. Turns out to be stronger, and the former ruler loses his herd, surrenders, and quickly flees the scene. In Poland, wolves live in small groups known as packs, which typically consist of several individuals. The wolf is a territorial animal. In search of food, it can travel immense distances within its territory. It mostly feeds on small animals, but if the conditions and the size of the pack allow it, it also looks for larger hoofed mammals, for which group hunts are used. The common hop has found perfect conditions to develop here. Its flexible stems climb up tree trunks for support reaching up to 6 meters high. Its female inflorescence resembles cones of coniferous trees and shrubs, and cone is the name commonly used to describe it. In late summer, the wide stretches of wetlands resound with distinctive groaning sounds. It is moose rutting season. At dawn, when the dense fog begins to dissipate, moose can be seen, for example, in the blockages marshes. Such wide wetlands are a kingdom of these largest members of the deer family. This moose cow and his calf are foraging at the edge of a forest. Moose feed throughout the day and night, but they show peak activity early in the morning and at nightfall. They often cover large distances in search of food. Another moose cow foraging nearby has stirred the mother into disquiet. Before winter comes, moose move to higher areas into pine forests, where it is easier for them to find food. In autumn, enormous flocks of cranes gather for overnight rest in remote places in open wetlands. They feel safer when surrounded by their kin. The company includes this year's juveniles, distinguished by their brown-colored plumage and their typical squeal, which is quite unlike their parents' characteristic clangor. Mounting excitement can be sensed among the birds at dawn. It is a short moment before they take off. At last, the flock rises from the ground and departs toward nearby feeding sites. It will return here by nightfall to soundly fall asleep. The cranes will proceed further into the west when temperatures drop dramatically, and when it gets increasingly harder for them to find food. Tree-covered areas stretching along small water flows and major rivers form natural wildlife corridors for animals to move around safely. Water also carries other organisms, plant seeds and fungus spores. New areas are colonized and gene exchange occurs between individuals that had been living in separate populations. State forests also significantly contribute to protecting and providing access to wetland areas, for example by building footbridges and piers that enable tourists to visit these remote but incredibly fascinating places.
Just 50 years ago, we finally ventured to the moon. For the very first time, we look back at our own planet. Since then, the human population has more than doubled. This series will celebrate the natural wonders that remain and reveal what we must preserve to ensure people and nature thrive. Forests. Over half of all the world's trees, evergreen and deciduous, stand in these great assemblies. For many of us, they are places of mystery and darkness. Key to our climate and home to countless unique species. In the past, we have destroyed them without hesitation. Yet forests do have an astonishing ability to recover. This is the southern edge of the boreal forest. The forest that dominates the far north. It stretches eastwards across Russia for thousands of kilometers. And now, in the middle of winter, it's largely silent, seemingly empty of animals of any kind. But this is the home of an animal so rare, it's almost mythical. a Siberian tiger. There are less than 600 of them. These are the most intimate pictures of them in the wild yet taken. A male Siberian tiger patrols a territory of almost 2,000 square kilometers, and it has to do so if it is to find enough prey to keep itself alive during the long winter. This is an impoverished land where food of any kind is scarce. A pine cone. Pine nuts provide vital energy during the winter months. Wild boar depend on these nuts. For them, it has to be grab and go. For they themselves are food for a tiger. This game of hide and seek is played out over vast areas of forest as all the animals search for the life-giving stands of pine. Poaching has taken the Siberian tiger to the brink of extinction, but since the 1980s, their numbers have steadily increased. That their future still depends on having vast areas of forest in which to hunt.
Oh shit. What's up, y'all? How's it going? It's your guy, it's your dude. Waking up from a nap.
You're not afraid of failing, you're afraid of feeling. Because if you went forward, if you really created what you wanted to create, or if you really moved forward in the things that you've been trying to tell yourself or telling yourself that you were going to do all this time but you never did, it would cause you to have to be vulnerable. Because when you create something that your heart and your essence is really in, you're literally showing the whole world your neck and saying, this is my vein, this is my heart, this is exactly how you can hurt me. It's by denying or by telling me this is terrible. This is my life's work. Here it is. It can be so hard sometimes because when you move forward and you are vulnerable and you move forward authentically and you create the thing that you've been wanting to create and you put yourself out there and you allow yourself to be seen, you have to sit with the entire range of emotion that's going to come up for you. Because at first you'll feel that sense of relief. And I'm telling you right now, I've said it before, but I'll say it again. You've been looking for relief and rest when many times the relief that you've actually been looking for is within creation. Because your soul did not come here to rest. If it did, you would have been born as a rock. You came here to create. You're not afraid of failing, you're afraid of feeling. Because if you went forward, if you really created what you
showing and someone breaking dishes, and then like skipping the dish, like this is gonna be the relation, right? Or like someone who failed first year round is gonna be this person this is like 2 round relationships followed by perfect relationships and much more points. There it is. You see, you need to never see that. You have how to walk away from so much. You also see you're walking away from shadows, insecurities. Sylvan talk is possibly glass panels and possibilities. If you see the King of Cups, it also talks about those cards. Two Cups, again, yeah, your guys are saying this is meant to be, this is meant to be, right? So much like the right person, there's this house of lovers. House of lovers is also coming out with the great Two of Cups. You know what you want, you know who you are, okay? You don't BS, alright? So set the swords in reverse. Because you're holding that vibration, I see that this person, they're going to commit to giving it to you. They're sort of saying, like, be intentional with what you want with this person, okay? Doesn't matter what you had in the past, doesn't matter if you had to say, like, 2 broken dishes in this scenario, as, you know, 2 broken relationships. Like, there's right now, they're literally trying to get a cooking show, like, and someone breaking dishes, and then, like, skipping the dish, like, this is gonna be the relation, right? Or, like, someone who failed first round, failed the last first game, this is, like, 2 round relationships, followed by perfect relationships, like, much more points. There it is. You see, you can never see that. You know how to walk away from so much. You're also seeing you're walking away from shadows, insecurities. Silver talk is possibly glass panels and possibilities. If you see the King of Cups, it also talks about those first. Two of Cups, again, yeah, the guys are saying this is meant to be, right? So much on the right, this is House of Lovers is also coming out with the great Two of Cups. You know what you want, you know who you are, okay? You don't BS, alright? Set the swords reverse. Because you're holding that vibration, I see this person. They're going to commit to giving it to you. They're sort of saying, like, be intentional with what you want with this person, okay? Doesn't matter what you had in the past, doesn't matter if you had to say, like, 2 broken dishes in this scenario, as, you know, 2 broken relationships. But there's really the, they're literally trying to get a cooking show, like, and someone breaking dishes, and then, like, skipping the dish, like, this is gonna be the relation, right? Or, like, someone who failed first round, relationships, followed by perfect relationships, and much more points. There it is. Too good. You're not gonna want to skip this one. You're like this. This is your mix. Okay? So your guys even the signs of spy kids, like the romantic parents and spy kids, and you're all romantic and adventurous, and they had hidden parts of themselves that they revealed to your community, and I see that your life is gonna feel like things are gonna be revealed to you. I didn't know that this relationship would look like this. And I'm also getting that you're going to hear a song, something you haven't heard in a long time on your playlist. You're going to hear it in public. You're going to be like, whoa, okay, that's crazy. Going on the time road. Also something to remember. Let's see what this is about. Okay. Okay, they're saying, hold on. You've been having a hard time staying optimistic in this scenario. Like you see a King of Cups, water signs be significant. You see building something with something, gosh. So I don't know if you work with this person or if this is someone you see yourself building in life with. You see a King of what your truth is. You guys have been pretty like to the point of like, this is what serves you. This is what serves you. And it's like literally you'll blink your eyes for 30 seconds and you're not gonna get that kind of energy. This is about what you want. This is about what you want to say. This is about seeing like, flow state for someone to be like, it's just this thing to show up as you are, who you are. You know what you want. Specifically when it comes to lovers, is also really with the freaking two of clubs. When it comes to lovers, is also really with the freaking two of clubs. You know what you want, you know who you are, okay? You don't BS, alright? So this Ten of Swords reverse, because you're holding that vibration, I see that this person so they're saying be intentional with what you want. Doesn't matter what you had in the past, doesn't matter if you had two broken gifts in this scenario, as two broken relationships. Like you're really really trying to